about the reffing, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, parents always like to. I think it's just one of those things that comes with being a player's parent. How was it preparing for the games for you? Just like a lot of people spoke about driving and...
Yeah, so we didn't stay this year. Last year we stayed. We're just in Moncton, so we just traveled back and forth. She's staying with the team. But the accommodations I think is great. I think being able to play on this field, because I know it wasn't here when I came to school, so it was nice to actually come back to PEI and see the field. And I know her, when I asked her about playing on this field, she said it was her favorite field to play on, so that was kind of cool.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And how are you liking the games?
I like it. It's good.
Are you thinking you yourself are going to play one day?
Maybe.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much. And we're here with Leo, one of the watchers of today's game. How are you enjoying the game so far?
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Who do you have playing that you know?
My sister Bronwyn.
Perfect. Did she play today?
Yeah.
How was that?
Pretty good.
If you were to give her an advice as she's like on the field, what would you give her?
She might have to give me advice.
Are you yourself a player?
No.
Are you thinking you might be in the future?
Maybe.
If you were to play for a team, which team would you play for?
Probably PEI.
Is it the team your sister is playing on?
Yeah.
Perfect. Do you like their chant?
Yeah.
Do you think you could do it?
Maybe.
Okay, let's go. I would do it with you. Is it go PEI?
Honestly, I don't know.
Well, I will just, if I can get a go PEI, that would be awesome.
Go PEI.
Awesome, thank you.
Coach of the U15 Celtics girls, Team White.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How has it been going so far, game-wise?
So far, so good. We played one game yesterday where we tied New Brunswick 19-19. This will be our first game of the day against New Brunswick 1, so we're getting excited. We're looking good.
Awesome. It's kind of hard, but it's worth it. How is the excitement?
The girls are so excited to take the field. We had some nice time relaxing this morning, so we're ready. Got our shade and popsicles, and now we're ready to win a game.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you.
And kind of hosting the tournament here this weekend for PEI Rugby.
Awesome. How has it been organizing this event and having to see it come true to life?
Yeah, it's awesome to really see everything come together. Our Atlantic tournaments have grown so much that we've kind of changed our format as of last year. So to see just so many young athletes from around the Atlantic region getting the opportunity to play rugby, especially with our U15 divisions now, and getting to have that experience at such a young age is just super exciting to see.
Awesome. And you have your own team playing as well?
Yeah, so this is PEI's first time having a U15 team in this tournament. The girls are having a great start so far and looking forward to see what they do throughout the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, go PEI.
Awesome. Thank you.
Perfect. Just 1 second. And we're here with Tanya, one of the parents. Tell me how it has been so far watching your kid play in the tournament.
It's been amazing. They've been doing really good. All the teams are really good. Nice, beautiful weather. Can't beat it.
How do you find your kid being able to play against teammates from all around the country?
Oh, it's a really good experience for all of the kids. You get to learn just different moves that some of the kids have, how they all play. It's a great experience for all of them.
Awesome, perfect. Was there a lot of prep coming on to these games?
Oh yes, lots of practices.
From parents as well, probably
Yes.
driving?
Yeah, lots of driving around.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I wish you luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome, and we're here with Dan, one of the refs. Could you tell us about your experience so far?
Yeah, I've had a really great time. Like, it's really hot out, but I find the atmosphere here was like pretty good considering all the heat and tiredness and all that. It's been a fun time.
Awesome. Are you a player yourself?
Yeah, I play, I'm currently playing U19. So we were over in Newfoundland not too long ago. I play senior men's, so lots of experience.
How is it watching the younger generations get into the sport?
I think it's really cool because when I was playing, I was like, wow, these guys are pretty close to my level. But now when I look back, like I was doing a U15 game the other day, like it was high skill level, like very impressive to see that.
Awesome, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no.
And we're here with Paul. Paul, who are you watching here today?
The New Brunswick team here from the Moncton Ferguson area.
Awesome. Do you have anybody you know playing?
Yes, daughter Ava Cormier.
Awesome. How has it been going so far for her?
Really good. Opposing from losing a couple games, but I mean the atmosphere in PEI is much different than what we had last year, so it was nice. You can always complain a little bit about the reffing, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, parents always like to. I think it's just one of those things that comes with being a player's parent. How was it preparing for the games for you? Just like a lot of people spoke about driving and...
Yeah, so we didn't stay this year. Last year we stayed. We're just in Moncton, so we just traveled back and forth. She's staying with the team. But the accommodations I think is great. I think being able to play on this field, because I know it wasn't here when I came to school, so it was nice to actually come back to PEI and see the field. And I know her, when I asked her about playing on this field, she said it was her favorite field to play on, so that was kind of cool.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And how are you liking the games?
I like it. It's good.
Are you thinking you yourself are going to play one day?
Maybe.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much. And we're here with Leo, one of the watchers of today's game. How are you enjoying the game so far?
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Who do you have playing that you know?
My sister Bronwyn.
Perfect. Did she play today?
Yeah.
How was that?
Pretty good.
If you were to give her an advice as she's like on the field, what would you give her?
She might have to give me advice.
Are you yourself a player?
No.
Are you thinking you might be in the future?
Maybe.
If you were to play for a team, which team would you play for?
Probably PEI.
Is it the team your sister is playing on?
Yeah.
Perfect. Do you like their chant?
Yeah.
Do you think you could do it?
Maybe.
Okay, let's go. I would do it with you. Is it go PEI?
Honestly, I don't know.
Well, I will just, if I can get a go PEI, that would be awesome.
Go PEI.
Awesome, thank you.
Coach of the U15 Celtics girls, Team White.
Awesome. How has it been going so far, game-wise?
So far, so good. We played one game yesterday where we tied New Brunswick 19-19. This will be our first game of the day against New Brunswick 1, so we're getting excited. We're looking good.
Awesome. It's kind of hard, but it's worth it. How is the excitement?
The girls are so excited to take the field. We had some nice time relaxing this morning, so we're ready. Got our shade and popsicles, and now we're ready to win a game.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you.
And kind of hosting the tournament here this weekend for PEI Rugby.
Awesome. How has it been organizing this event and having to see it come true to life?
Yeah, it's awesome to really see everything come together. Our Atlantic tournaments have grown so much that we've kind of changed our format as of last year. So to see just so many young athletes from around the Atlantic region getting the opportunity to play rugby, especially with our U15 divisions now, and getting to have that experience at such a young age is just super exciting to see.
Awesome. And you have your own team playing as well?
Yeah, so this is PEI's first time having a U15 team in this tournament. The girls are having a great start so far and looking forward to see what they do throughout the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, go PEI.
Awesome. Thank you.
Perfect. Just 1 second. And we're here with Tanya, one of the parents. Tell me how it has been so far watching your kid play in the tournament.
It's been amazing. They've been doing really good. All the teams are really good. Nice, beautiful weather. Can't beat it.
How do you find your kid being able to play against teammates from all around the country?
Oh, it's a really good experience for all of the kids. You know, you get to learn just different moves that some of the kids have, how they all play. It's a great experience for all of them.
Awesome, perfect. Was there a lot of prep coming on to these games?
Oh yes, lots of practices.
From parents as well, probably
Yes.
driving.
Yeah, lots of driving around.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I wish you luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome, and we're here with Dan, one of the refs. Could you tell us about your experience so far?
Yeah, I've had a really great time. Like, it's really hot out, but I find the atmosphere here was like pretty good considering all the heat and tiredness and all that. It's been a fun time.
Awesome. Are you a player yourself?
Yeah, I play. I'm currently playing U19. So we were over in Newfoundland not too long ago. I play senior men's, so lots of experience.
How is it watching the younger generations get into the sport?
I think it's really cool because when I was playing, I was like, wow, these guys are pretty close to my level. But now when I look back, like I was doing a U15 game the other day, like it was high skill level, like very impressive to see that.
Awesome, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No.
And we're here with Paul. Paul, who are you watching here today?
The New Brunswick team here from the Moncton Ferguson area.
Awesome. Do you have anybody you know playing?
Yes, daughter Ava Cormier.
Awesome. How has it been going so far for her?
Really good. Opposing from losing a couple games, but I mean the atmosphere in PEI is much different than what we had last year, so it was nice. You can always complain a little bit about the reffing, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, parents always like to. I think it's just one of those things that comes with being a player's parent. How was it prepared?
Here it is. We are on Championship Sunday, final day of action here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles. In years in the past, in the senior men's category, it has been two giant teams, two Glamoths, if you want to say, going head to head. And it always has been pretty much almost scripted every year. You can maybe see it. Newfoundland Labrador Rock and the Nova Scotia Celtics. We're looking at gentlemen that have goals to be future senior men's rugby members of the respective teams going at it. So we are looking at possibly a future battle of the senior men's here. It is, of course, the U17 boys portion of the championships. Nova Scotia Celtics, Newfoundland Labrador Rock as we kick off our final day of coverage from McAdam Field on the grounds of the University of Prince Edward Island in Charlottetown. And this has the potential, of course, to be a dandy matchup. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Dan Hobson. Glad you could join us wherever you're watching here on Maritime Athletic Profiles YouTube. As I said, this is going to be a hard-hitting affair. I have seen some matchups with the Celtics and the Rock in the past. As I said, I've had the honor of covering the Senior Men's Atlantic Championship last year when it was in Windsor. And years back before that, I had a chance to cover the same sort of championships, the U15 and the U17 men portion. So to have a chance to call this third final, I'm delighted, and I'm glad that you can join us. Overcast skies, 30% chance of showers. That's going to improve to, well, not really improve, but it's going to go up to a 60% chance of showers by the afternoon. But right now, overcast skies. And the Humidex right around 28, so it already feels pretty warm. Temperature 21 degrees here at game time. A little bit of a pause in starting as we now, of course, yesterday when we started action, they started a game with a ball that wasn't to the referee's liking, so they've gotten one, and hopefully that has enough air in it. The proper amount of air is in good shape to get it started. And Hugo Montgomery, he's at midfield, will get it going here in the U17 final. Alex Cole's there, the first chance there to try to get it, and he hasn't gotten up yet. Coles was going down there, and it was like just off the restart and just seconds in. He is down here for Newfoundland Labrador Rock. And just like that, attention already brought in here to the medical tent staff that are here in Charlottetown this weekend. And Coles does get up. It was just like, It was just that quickly. Walking, gonna probably get him to maybe go off here for a few seconds and then come back in. It looked like he got a shot right in the old noggin, right along the nose there. So already here, Labrador, the Newfoundland Labrador Rock already have to bring in a substitution into this game, and it will be Samuel Feltham that will come in. So I said that's just a tough start to get to a championship final. You fight all year long to get here. You manage the injury bug, and then within seconds. But imagine it looks to be walking off on his own. That's a good thing. A scrum coming up just around the 10. They'll do a little bit of assessment there on the injured player. Hilliard throws the ball into the scrum, and this is Bryn Lloyd. And on the run, this is Hugo Montgomery. And a nice chance here for Bidgood, who's in the lineup here. And a good start here for Nova Scotia. They started the game off. Ryan Jans up the gut pretty much. Straightforward. Nova Scotia with the first early pressure. Montgomery with the blow by. Montgomery and dragging him down there was Sinyard. Bryn Lloyd a little push there, trying to get the forward progress here for the Celtics as they're getting within close to that try line. Little push back here by the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. And now the Rock come up with it. There's the block, a big time block there by CJ Kane. It was Cormac McKay that was injured. I said it was Alice Cole. My apologies to that. It's number 8 in the Newfoundland Labrador Rock, not 6. It was on that far side, so it's numbers a little difficult. Here's a scrub. So that's a big stance right now for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Nova Scotia had some momentum, pressing, got the ball, and then the block there by Kane. So this is a scrum here, and most likely you know that if the Rock get it, they're going to kick it down and get it a little bit of pressure and get off that try line. And Nova Scotia may punch it in. So this is a big early scrum here in this matchup, this gold medal matchup between Newfoundland Labrador Rock and Nova Scotia Celtics. And an injury update, Cormac McKay is going to go to the tent here. And we'll see if he gets a chance to come back into this matchup. And as I said, that Samuel Feltham has taken his spot. Bind set underway. Rock get it. And just as we thought, they'd kick it out. And get it a little bit down the field there, so they retrieve a little bit of pressure. And sometimes when these two teams face each other, it can be a little bit of strategy and a little bit of different technique than what you see in some regular rugby matches. Now, what I mean by that is that in the past, there's sometimes teams, when they're giving a chance here to, on some penalties, if they're down within scoring zone, going for 3 instead of trying to go to knock it in there for the try. So here's the line out here for Nova Scotia, and there is the tap. Back. Snellgrove pretty much going right up. And a nice little shimmy shake there by Evan Sidnard. And he'll get up to the sideline and another into touch. So we've seen some affairs with the Rock and the Celtics in the past in different age groups, and basically 3 points only be a little bit of a difference, pretty much a field goal. So don't be too surprised if they try to do the points field position game. Nova Scotia, once again, second possession for them. This is Seamus McKay. Okay, being pushed up. A little bit of push there by C.J. Kane there. And to the outside, Bryn Lloyd. And Chaz Foucher. Here's C.J. Kane. Past the 22. Nova Scotia on the press. Jans now. Took 3 Newfoundland Labrador Rock players to get him down. Lloyd, a little bit of opening, a little bit of real estate for him as Hugo Montgomery. Montgomery will get the first points of the game. Try Nova Scotia Celtics. Second chance for romance there for Nova Scotia, and they strike. And here's the thing is that in this game, Hugo Montgomery will be doing the conversion kicking, so having a chance to add to his point total. From near the 22, midway between the sidelines, kick up. Good. 7-0 Nova Scotia. So we have gone roughly near the 8.5-minute mark, but our clock is relatively in queue with the referee, but it's not the official, as he or she has their watch, of course, on their wrist. So and Nova Scotia, once again, looking for more as Seamus McKay will start it here on the restart, and is actually sort of pulled up there. They play just outside their bench area. Swing over there by Jack Hilliard in the middle. A good carry there by Sam Cross up to their 10. Bounce pass there, but no big deal there for Montgomery. Montgomery sort of pushed back, so a little extra pushing between Maddox Blanks and Vaughn Lewis. In the meantime, the Rock have the ball, and here they go. Luke Holden. And back 10 go Nova Scotia. Good scoring chance opportunity here. As that's a great opportunity. I believe that's Hayden. He's dressed as said as 13, but it looks like he's being 3, so it's William Hayden, and they've got it in to try to tie it up. here, the Newfoundland Labrador Rock, I believe. No, it was held up, sorry. It's going to do the roster change. My apologies. There was 2 13s in the lineup, but William Hayden is 3, not 13. So it's we've got the lineups earlier here, so apologies for that and just making that change and missed a little bit of the action. So I should be doing my job, right, Dylan? Right, yep, there we go. Punt back out. Takes a favorable Nova Scotia bounce, and Newfoundland Labrador Rock have to go back to the 10 of Nova Scotia's. And they've knocked it on here, so we'll have a scrum just around about the 10. Nova Scotia has more thought there's going to be a penalty and backed up 10. That's usually the first thing when there's a stoppage in play. If you think you know it's against you, it's usually back 10. So the referee having a good conversation here with the Newfoundland Labrador Rock, right around the 10. So thought that I might have saw the knock-on signal, but no, it's going to be a Nova Scotia penalty. Back 10. The big boot there by Maddox Blanks. Now he will be doing the majority of the kicking and the conversion kicking today for Newfoundland Labrador Rock, and here they are once again on the march. And right around this time, we've been taking water breaks here. So as they take a water break, we'll take one here as well. Nova Scotia leading Newfoundland in the gold medal game of the 2026 U17 Men's Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles. Set to resume here this gold medal game after the water break. Now usually when it's championships, when you're talking championships, they usually extend the games a bit, but they're still going to go with the 2 20-minute halves here. If there's other games taking place, like in the high school level, it goes up to 35 for the men's rugby and also for the women's as well here in Nova Scotia for School Sport Nova Scotia. So imagine it's the same here for like New Brunswick as well as Newfoundland Labrador, but this one they're still going with the full 40-minute games here on Championship Sunday. So we got a scrum just near the 22. Newfoundland got down there, but it was held there by Nova Scotia, so it's still 7-0. And you know that probably like Newfoundland, Labrador, we'll see what they do offensively the rest of the way in terms of decisions they get a chance to get within striking distance. Right now, there's a big, huge tackle there. As getting back there was Benjamin Cowan, and he kind of felt that one. Penalty going against the Newfoundland Labrador Rock, and the Rock fans not too pleased about it here at McAdam Field. Bryn Lloyd. That was a very successful and well done. Line out Nova Scotia, they got some good distance. We were seeing some with the lineouts in some of the other games that they weren't getting it down the field. Not Nova Scotia in particular, but most of the teams in play. So this one they've sort of got it down now into Newfoundland Labrador Rock territory. Ryan Jans catches, and then he bowls over William Hayden. Hilliard, that's on the ground. There's your knock on there. So Newfoundland Rock had a chance for the advantage and didn't do much with it. So now we will have a scrum as the pretty much almost like the exact same spot, except for in the middle of the pitch this time. Bind and the set, the pile pushed by Nova Scotia. Referee didn't like the way that the scrum was going, so it's a penalty. Nova Scotia back 10, and working with it is Evan Sinyard up there. Back into Nova Scotia territory, past the 10 and play, halts again, and this time penalty to the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Actually, to be a scrum on the knock-on, so thought it might have been a penalty at first, but it will be scrum Nova Scotia from the 10. Lloyd had options, sends it to Montgomery. Montgomery with the blow by, but loses the ball. It's scooped off the turf there by Noftel. A little dance and a shimmy shake. Hudson Allward as play is halted. Going to call a knock on here, and Fountain's getting a little bit restless. There's not been a lot of action the last 2 or 3 minutes. So there's a scrum here pretty much at the 5-meter mark. Very vocal, good crowd here on hand at McAdam Field. On the other field, they've got in talking, they've got some U17, that's the bronze medal, as New Brunswick U16 are in that matchup. So feel free if you want to click back and forth there for a little bit of extra coverage. And this looks to be penalty here. Yes, penalty for sure, but see what Newfoundland Labrador Rock decide. And once again, there's the tap and go. Evan Sinyard. Evan Sinyard just bowls over Liam Atwater, I believe. Actually, with Seamus McKay up to the 22 as the Newfoundland Labrador Rock here trying to even this up. William Hayden CJ Kane, one of the two tacklers there for Nova Scotia, bringing him down as they're sort of pushing the Newfoundland Labrador Rock back. Keegan Williams. And now Nova Scotia in a little bit of penalty trouble, and they're trying to go up tempo. There's the tap and go, and going on the march there is Blanks. Blanks now down within like red zone territory. It looks to be Nova Scotia trying to hold that line. Newfoundland Labrador Rock just probably trying to push ahead and go a little bit at a time, but Nova Scotia pushing back. William Hayden actually lost a couple, so they're going backwards with it as Nova Scotia's holding the line for the meantime. Evan Sinyard. And another whistle-stopping play. What a battle it is so far, so they're going to scrub it up on a Sunday morning here from Prince Edward Island once again. Hugo Montgomery the only points, all 7. 5 off of his try and 2 off his conversion. Nova Scotia leading Newfoundland in the gold medal game. Hookers did a good job of getting it. Montgomery from past the try line and on the run, catching it. Luke Holden back up to the 22. Allward. And they'll swing it over here. That's Keegan Williams. Snellgrove brought down. Inside the 22, Hayden. Hayden pushing that Nova Scotia tackler, and CJ Kane just grabbing a jersey, bringing him back, stopping his forward progress. Snellgrove outside, looking for Sinyard. Evan Sinyard. They're getting close there on that far side. Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Now they're trying to get that finishing touch here. Yetman. And Newfoundland Labrador Rock, second time that they've been down. Penalized. Much to the like of the Nova Scotia faithful and the bench. As I said, these guys looking to put on a show here. Could we possibly see the future of the senior men's? We've had championships in the past. They've met almost on a frequent basis here. So after the knock on, the scrum here. Both teams getting locked and loaded for this scrum. And just almost pretty much, Nova Scotia, they're going to probably, as they have Hugo Montgomery past the try line, if they're going to win it here, looking to definitely boot it out of harm's way. It's what you got to love about Championship Sunday is some of the regular stuff that you do during the round robin portion. You just maybe, all of a sudden on championship day where there's really not much room for errors and also want to play on the safe side of things. But this is a big scrum here. Here in this first half. It's blown down there by the referee. She's had her hands full in this matchup. Bryn Lloyd now talking to one of the teammates here. So, as I said, they've got Bryn Lloyd, who does some kicking as well as Montgomery. So, that was the Nova Scotia plan. If they can win it, to get it back and boot it out of harm's way. And just one man back, standing at about the 10 there for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. So the referee says enough of this. So it's going to be penalty Newfoundland Labrador Rock. And back 10, and Bryn Lloyd happy just to put it out of play to end this first half. So Hugo Montgomery's lone try and conversion. It's been him, 7 straight points there for Nova Scotia. They did it on their second drive. Newfoundland Labrador coming down, but not getting a try so far. So we're at halftime here. Very good matchup between Team Nova Scotia and Team Newfoundland Labrador. Rock Celtics gold medal game here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. And you're watching it on Maritime Athletic Profiles. Seven nothing in the U17 gold medal match between Nova Scotia Celtics and Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Set to start it once again. Maddox Blanks kicks us off, and we are underway. So about 20 minutes and change away from rewarding a gold medal here, and still pretty much anybody's contest. As I said, these teams no stranger to each other on the senior men's category. This, of course, being the U17 portion, so a little bit of a development program for the senior programs of the respective provinces that you see on the pitch here today. So to see it as a 7-0 game is really not to be much of a surprise. Maddox blanks. We'll throw it into the scrum. Hookers get the win there for Newfoundland Labrador Rock, and here they go. They've had 2 times down into the Nova Scotia end and came up empty. There's an errant pass, and it's got to be picked up there by Michael McIntosh. It looks to be Nova Scotia line out here. Actually, it's going to be a Newfoundland Labrador lineup. Yes, it is Newfoundland. My apologies on that. It's Newfoundland Labrador lineup. Caleb Yetman. And one of the things that the teams were working on here was these line-out throw-ins. A lot went off mark yesterday. Teams working on it using a certain drill. They were actually throwing it from in the stands about 3 to 4 rows back, practicing before the start of this contest. Both teams. Takes a very, very weird bounce. Rock have it just inside Nova Scotia's side in Nova Scotia territory, and they're just pushing, and they're up close to the 10. A little bit of a high pass, bouncing pass, finally settled and knocked down there by Alex Coles. Jump ball, and Montgomery goes up for it, but in the meantime it's going to be a penalty against the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. A tap and go there by Bryn Lloyd, and on the run goes Foucher. Ches Foucher down into Newfoundland territory. Swing over there by Hilliard. Jans, he has been a bit of a factor in this. Hugo Montgomery, he's got the lone try here so far. Nova Scotia try to get a little bit of separation. Back, they swing it over here. Giacomo Pagliani. Foucher on this near sideline. And there was a loose ball momentarily covered up there by McKay, but I believe it will be foul, yes. So it's back 10 for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. And Seamus McKay in rough shape. Leaking there from the nose area. And they'll try to get him stitched up, but I imagine they'll have to go to the bench here for a reserve for him, but he's trying to stay in this matchup here for the Celtics, getting water and getting treated to along the sideline just outside the bench of the Nova Scotia Celtics. In the meantime, Dawson Legier was out to speak to his team and now making his way back to the sideline to check in on McKay. And in the meantime, Liam Atwater talking to the referee. So, like in the early going, there was a lot of stoppages, a lot of knock-ons and scrums, and very slow first half. And it looks like we'll see what decision that Dawson Legier makes. No, coming into the game, Maximilian Loosely is in. So McKay's going to probably have to go to the tent. Yeah, it hasn't stopped yet, so they've tried. They've applied lozenges, they've tried everything, and he just throws the mouth guard down and get the smelling salts too, just trying to at least get the leaking to stop. Field goal here for Hugo Montgomery. As I said, going to try to do the points game here. No, points may be hard to come by, so this kick up hits the upright. So we continue on, and Snellgrove off the bounce, bringing it up to his 22. So it stays 7-0. There's a little fake there. And you can see Bryn Lloyd going over to talk to Loosely, who's just in new. So it's just probably talking about strategy and matchups here. Scrum coming up inside the 22 of the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Nova Scotia with it. That was Jean Noel. And back 10, Newfoundland Labrador. So it'll be a tap and go. Bryn Lloyd pretty much is a tap and go guy. Hands it off to Ryan Jans. Jans with a little bit of forward progress. Nova Scotia just happy maybe just to try to go low and just, go inch by inch, trying to just slide it to that try line. Now they'll swing it. Bryn Lloyd. Oh, difficulty. And a knock on by Nova Scotia, where we got a penalty against Newfoundland Labrador Rock that will back them 10. And another tap and go, Bryn Lloyd. Bryn Lloyd going for the try line. Gets it for Nova Scotia. Try 5. As I said, you get those penalties like right down past the 22 when you have to go back 10 and then you have to go back 10 again. It's just almost like most of the time pretty much automatic there for the team to get it in, and that was the case in point that time there. So Nova Scotia, they're up by 12, looking to add 2 more to the tally here. Bryn Lloyd with the try. Hugo Montgomery looking to make it a 2 converted try game here. From right at the 22. Flags up, good. So 14-0 now. And pretty much this restart, the biggest restart here in this Atlantic Championships. And you know that maybe Newfoundland will try to maybe get the try to go after this. They need the ball. That's definitely the case here, as we're almost getting near the 30-minute mark. So there is the time not on the side, and Maddox blanks with some instructions from the official. There, the kick is underway. And yes, Newfoundland Labrador Rock were trying to go forward. Got the necessary 10, but unable really to get it. It went off a fingertip, so Nova Scotia has it once again. Hugo Montgomery up the middle. Hugo Montgomery into the second line of defense. Bryn Lloyd throws it back. A little errant pass that has to go back for it is Nova Scotia. And hesitating there. Putting on the brakes was Michael McIntosh, basically going up the field. He was going to have to backtrack and couldn't put the brakes on. So we got the knock on, but once again, Nova Scotia down into Newfoundland Labrador Rock territory. Also going to have another Nova Scotia Celtics Newfoundland Labrador Rock meeting on the men's side. The U15 men's final set to come up. That push back there to midfield. And of course, basically, if you have any like pushing and shoving or any sort of like what they define as rough play, that you know that the referee is going to bring the captains over and bring the 2 players over and get them to shake hands. And McIntosh on the run to the outside, and Bidgood didn't get lots of distance on it. Newfoundland Labrador Rock have it inside the Nova Scotia 10. Keegan Williams brought down. They said this is big now for Newfoundland Labrador Rock. They must score on this one. Pretty much to give them a chance here in this matchup. Pushing them back, Nova Scotia, back beyond the 10. Now they're just got to go do a little bit of forward progress. Move a little bit of that pile. And here's a pass over there to Benjamin Cowan. Outside. The big open field tackle there was Parker Phillips going. And another Newfoundland Labrador Rock penalty, and that will be definitely hurt their cause in trying to win this medal, this gold medal. Bryn Lloyd set here. Succeeds in putting it into touch. And just like that, we've got the water break. So we've got about less than 10 minutes left here to crown a champion, and the Newfoundland Labrador Rock trailing by 2 tries here in the gold medal game of the 2026 U17 Men's Atlantic Rugby Championships here on Maritime Athletic Profiles. We'll be back in just about a minute with the conclusion of this one.
Every ounce of energy you have. And we finish the game right here, boys. We finish this hard. We get the ball, we eat it, we slow it down. Off this line out, we slow everything down. I know. Yeah. No, let's go, Shane. Hey, everyone come here. Hey, everyone come here. Let's go. Bring it in. Griff. Is it you? Yes, I want this. Okay, wait. Next one. We're beating them in the running game. Swing it wide. Keep the ball. Possession. Hey. Hit the guy.
Just wait to see if he moves. He didn't move last time.
You get the ball cut toward the coach. Don't cut.
I'm doing something.
Don't pass. Don't take. Everyone ready. Ready. 3, 2, 1.
Count it on 2! 1, 2, count it!
Let's go, boys. Come on. Right here.
As you hear things starting to get loud here at McAdam Field, closing time here in the championship game in the U17 men's portion of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. Nova Scotia up by 14. And they have the line out, and they're in Newfoundland Labrador Rock territory. And this is a big stand here that Newfoundland Labrador Rock have. Pretty much it would be over, but they're going to get possession here on the line out, so this is big for them, but they have to go down and score soon, but they're having difficulty handling the ball. Picking it up is Montgomery. Montgomery down into the 22 of the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. They go and they flip it over there to McIntosh. Lloyd following up there is McKay. Looks to be back in this matchup. He got a blow earlier and he had to leave. He was bleeding from the nose-mouth area, but back into this contest for the Nova Scotia Celtics. Brandon Lloyd with a fake. He's got Montgomery with him, and he also has Liam Atwater, 25, on the wing. And this hurts, as this is going to be a penalty here to Newfoundland Labrador Rock, and they have to go back 10, and they're within, of course, the 22. So this hurts things. And just like that, Hugo Lopez asks for the tee, so they're going to try to make it so that it's going to be more than a 2-possession game. So as I said, this is the point strategy, which I've seen in the past with these teams here. Whether you're talking about whatever age frame you're talking about, going for the points here. And this is a makeable here by Montgomery within the 22. Almost like a chip shot probably for him. Yeah, chips it through and puts another 3 on the board. 17-0. So it's now sort of made it so they have to really have 3 possessions and less than 10 minutes to do it. It's going to be a tough task here for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. And you know that they're going to probably go for it here, try to get this restart. They go for it, but they're going to be Nova Scotia that comes up with it, and no Nova Scotia will just do what they can here. They're in control, so they'll try to keep the ball possession going. Kingston I. And a Newfoundland Labrador, Nova Scotia penalty. So all of a sudden, Chase Jackman will take off with it. He taps and goes, and Newfoundland Labrador Rock here. They're on life support, but they're on the drive here, and they need to score under this possession. Any points, anything in here that helps them. Sinyard just going. An open field tackle there by Sawyer Harding as they go back. This is Samuel Feltman. He's into the game here for Cormac McKay. So it's been a tough game for the McKays on both sides of the field. There's a big play there as they threw it over to Keegan Williams. And have they knocked it on? Yes, they have. So that gets the Celtic crowd going. So that stops this drive for the meantime, and a scrum upcoming. John Doyle will enter this matchup here for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. So the coaching staff looking for anything to try to get something here. As I said, they pretty much need to win this scrum and also need to get some points here. Time not on their side. And another substitution is Jake Evans will come in too. So this is a result of an injury, and it looks to be like a shoulder injury too. The Rock, can't get a chance to see the number through the tent, but pretty much nearing or approaching the end of this contest. Yeah, about a minute and a half. So this is very big. Nova Scotia gets it. Bryn Lloyd kicks it up. A little bit of a spinning duck right to the heads of C.J. Kane. Kane got two people to beat with a little bit of a stiff arm. And he'll throw it out to Bidgood. Bidgood trying to put maybe an exclamation mark on it as he sends it up the field close to the try line of the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Following up, Hilliard. He's just shy. Oh, there's a little bump there. Wadman, can he get it down? Wadman gets it held up. So back Nova Scotia will have to go, but if anything, that drive there by Nova Scotia has made it so that the Newfoundland Labrador Rock have a long way to go here. And they just have to do that and they'll have to redo it again. Looks to be emptying the bench as Noftel, which was in the game, has returned, and so Nova Scotia going to, and Newfoundland going to opt for the scrum here on that. So, of course, there was the foul to the Newfoundland Labrador Rock, and they basically knew that sometimes to end the game it has to go out of play, and with it being so close, they don't want to do that and want to keep it in play to keep the game going on. And so they had to do what they did. And Nova Scotia has opted here for the scrum in between the marks, and scrum not done properly, and Newfoundland Labrador Rock get the ball. You're probably going to see them do a lot of tap and goes here. Maybe they'll do the line out. Yes, they'll tap and go. Really don't want to have the ball go out of bounds right now. Jake Evans. They're getting it close to their 22. Newfoundland Labrador Rock looking for points. Trailing by 17. Clock not on their side. Jackman. There was a big collision there and lots of congestion here on this far sideline. Really nowhere for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock to go. In the meantime, Jackman looks to be slow getting up here. So the Rock will kick it from beyond their try line. Kane catching it in the air, throws it over to Bryn Lloyd. McIntosh maybe putting an exclamation mark on this. McIntosh within about 5 meters of the try line for Nova Scotia. Newfoundland Labrador Rock come up with it. That's a big play. As I said, they need points, but time not on their side. And with every second going by, it's all the hope here for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock going by the wayside. Stiff arm. Brought down, big hit. And they're not wasting any time. The little tap and go, and they'll swing it here. They got some numbers to the outside, 3 extras, and they'll bounce it off the turf there, trying to get it to Noftel. Now they go back up the middle, and not much there, no forward progress. And we have a yellow card going to Jean Noel. So now we've got 2 injuries. Is Bryn Lloyd not in good shape, and Chase Jackman over there. So each team both having a man down. So this will add here to extra time, which we are already in. It's good to see Chase Jackman be sort of on his own, walking there with a little bit of aid from the coaching staff. Bryn Lloyd still sitting there, and Dawson Legier as well as the training staff from the Nova Scotia Celtics there, and Legier helps him up, and looks like Lloyd will stay in. And gives a pat on the back there to Chase Jackman as he's going off. So the question is, how do you get down the field with not able to use the line out as your possibility here? How they will just do that, knowing there'll be some injury time added, so they've decided to do it at that time and down into Nova Scotia territory, but they're not wasting much time. Actually, they've moved it up just inside. Not many there for the line out here for Nova Scotia, so they actually go short with it, and they try to push Hayden outside the line. Hayden brought down, and another penalty, Nova Scotia back 10. There's the tap, go Ethan Kearney, and he'll throw it over here to Duncan Batten. Kearney to the outside. Nice little shimmy shake. Yetman with some good yardage up to the 22 of Nova Scotia as they're trying to get points in this contest. Ball rolling back. Caleb Yetman and Nova Scotia in penalty trouble. Tap and go, Yetman. He said, you're going to have to hurry up, and another penalty is pushing Nova Scotia back. Sinyard. Rock trying to get the try, and they get it. They get the try. Makes it 17-5. And they put it up. And it's good, but your 2026 Atlantic U17 gold medalists, Nova Scotia Celtics, with a 17-7 win over the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. That match seen everything. It's seen its strategy, it's seen its hits, it's seen its scrums, it's seen pretty much everything. You know what? You kind of wish that it wasn't just a one game, and you sort of wish it was a series, because, man, you'd love to see that one with the teams, way those teams went at it. You'd love to see it one more time, because it was just a beauty of a contest. And Newfoundland Labrador Rock are disappointed, but a really good season for them. And a very good matchup here, and sportsmanship being shown here by both of these teams here. As Nova Scotia Celtics here of sort of lining up here the old, I don't know what you call that, when they do like the little things where you run through the tunnels, I guess. So, waiting for the players to run by. Dawson Legier, a referee last year at the senior men's and women's and 17 and 19 Atlantic Championships in Windsor on the grounds of King's Edgehill, as the Nova Scotians now decide to run through the tunnel. Great work there by Ethan. He's giving you the look there as they come right by. CJ Kane and company. John Noel, Bryn Lloyd. Championship going back to Nova Scotia, so they've got one in their back pocket here on the men's boys side. Now they're going to try to go for the sweep. We've got U15 action as Newfoundland Labrador will take on Nova Scotia. So we go from U17 to U15, but right now we'll call this one a day here. Once again, the final, Nova Scotia U17, Celtic 17, Newfoundland Labrador Rock 7. So for the entire Maritime Athletic Profiles crew, my name is Dan Hobson. Thank you for tuning in, and so long from Charlottetown. This has been the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. All right, we've rewarded one medal. U17 men. This is the U15 men. And once again, it's a battle of Newfoundland Labrador Rock versus the Nova Scotia Celtics here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles. Newfoundland Labrador Rock in their reds, and for Nova Scotia, they're in the blues with the stripes. And an early penalty trouble here for Newfoundland Labrador Rock. They have to go back 10. Not sure what David Basson was up there, but had a little bit of a look at something. Sun has come out, so that's going to make it a little bit feel like a little bit warmer. Humidex up there, right around the 28-degree mark. The last time that we looked, temperature was 21, 22 degrees this morning here in Charlottetown. We are at the Macadam Field on the grounds of the University of Prince Edward Island, home of the Panthers. And I've talked about this facility. They hosted the Canada Games not only in 1985, but 2009. As they have the hurdles here showing that they have done that. So, and we have a line out here, and Clark going in there. Be one of the first bigs here to line up here for this scrum here for Newfoundland Labradors and Nova Scotia, for Team Nova Scotia, him. And also getting in here is Fenton Warren. Going by the lineups from yesterday here. Birchenow. That was the first look for the Nova Scotia U15 boys all weekend, so good time to see you. Nothing better than Championship Sunday to do it. Pop-ma. And this is a swing over here. That's Grobler. Grobler trying to get to the 22. And Newfoundland Labrador Rock penalty, so back 10. I'll see what Nova Scotia has options here to do. It's with outside of the hash mark, so maybe a little bit out of the range here for a field goal, but and there's a little scrib kick there by Grubler with his left foot. And into touch for a line out deep down in the Newfoundland Labrador Rock territory. Nova Scotia looking to strike first. This is a thing, like yesterday, we didn't have a lot of sunshine. Sun comes out, and boy, it just all of a sudden, it just feels like you just turn the oven on and put the pizza in. It just gets that warm now. So that's the conditions that the teams will be battling here today. So they have had water breaks since Thursday. That's going to continue here this afternoon. Nova Scotia to say on the press. A little bit of a shimmy shake there by Grobler in the middle. I got 4 there to the far side. Sampson. And they'll go over. Cannell. Cannell. There's a big long pass to the outside. McEwen there trying to get close to that try line for Nova Scotia. Coming up just a little bit shy. And a big tackle there by LaRock. Keeps it scoreless for the meantime. And it's going to be a Newfoundland Labrador Rock penalty. And this can be a little bit hurtful. Touch and go. Grobler in for the try. Lewis Grobler. 7-0 in the early going. Has the potential here for Nova Scotia to be a big sweep day for them. They are in all 4 medal matchups. They've already got the U17 men's gold. Now here they are in the U15 men's gold and up by 7. But not the easiest of conversions. Well outside the post here. They'll have to bend it. Looks to be Matthew McEwen. Kick going to be short. So 5-0 it stands right now. Nova Scotia on top of Newfoundland Labrador. Have a reset coming. Early strike on the first possession there by Nova Scotia. Newfoundland Labrador Rock got in a little bit of penalty trouble, and now hoping here maybe to try to go after this restart here after it goes by the 10-meter mark. So kick is underway. It is up there, put by Flynn. And we'll go for Nova Scotia line out there along the far sideline. Cohen Clark going to get lined up here for Nova Scotia. Now his teammates join him here. They go up, but it actually comes all the way down towards the back of the pile. Good clean tackle there by Kyle Russell. And this is a good take there and a good run there by Jordan Young back into the 22 of Nova Scotia as they're trying to strike. And Michael Doyle not happy about the penalty. And you see him just very infuriated and frustrated. And they did manage to keep it there in the field of play. It was more like just better just to tip it out. That was a good play there. Tiptoeing the sidelines there was a Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Come up with the ball. Fenton Warren up into the Nova Scotia 10. Dumba. Penalty trouble here for Nova Scotia, and it's scooped there. Is going back to catch that. Grobler for his tackle, releases. Outside Cannell, can he get past the first line of defense against the Newfoundland Labrador Rock? And Rock in penalty trouble again, and I'm sure this is making Michael Doyle not too pleased. He was very infuriated on the last one. Now, here's a chance here. Fenton Warren. Warren, can he get it down? Referee right there looking. Newfoundland Labrador Rock within striking distance. Excellent little surge there for the try. And they've tied it right now at 5s. And Newfoundland can take the lead with the conversion. It's Michael Tanaka. Said with the last game going a little bit longer, we chip. And we're still tied at 5. The last game running a little bit longer, had a little bit more injuries. We're just going by the regular lineup that we had yesterday. So if the numbers aren't right, it's the best that we can do here with the next game sort of starting right immediately after that first one. It's conditions, and it is the Rugby Championships, and this is what has been the norm for rugby to try to, keep the tournament going, the championships going. We're into water break, so I'll take a break as well. This is the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here at Maritime Athletic Profiles.
Coach of the U15 Celtics girls, Team White.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How has it been going so far, game-wise?
So far, so good. We played one game yesterday where we tied New Brunswick 19-19. This will be our first game of the day against New Brunswick 1, so we're getting excited. We're looking good.
Awesome. It's kind of hard, but it's worth it. How is the excitement?
The girls are so excited to take the field. We had some nice time relaxing this morning, so we're ready. We're got our shade and popsicles, and now we're ready to win a game.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you.
And kind of hosting the tournament here this weekend for PI Rugby.
Awesome. How has it been organizing this event and having to see it come true to life?
Yeah, it's awesome to really see everything come together. Our Atlantic tournaments have grown so much that we've kind of changed our format as of last year. So to see just so many young athletes from around the Atlantic region getting the opportunity to play rugby, especially with our U15 divisions now, and getting to have that experience at such a young age is just super exciting to see.
Awesome. And you have your own team playing as well?
Yeah, so this is PEI's first time having a U15 team in this tournament. The girls are having a great start so far and looking forward to see what they do throughout the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, go PEI.
Awesome. Thank you.
So 5-5 restart underway between the Newfoundland Labrador Rock and Nova Scotia Celtics. Dumba near the 10. So yes, this is a little bit of a different lineup that the Newfoundland Labrador U15s have put onto the field. Although that is Jordan Young there. So Nova Scotia here now on defense mode and took a couple of penalties. Resulted in that try there for Newfoundland Labrador. So 5-5 as Newfoundland Labrador now on the march, looking to try to get advantage here in this matchup. Tanaka to the outside. Good little run here by the Rock along that far sideline. As they're pressing, Young. They're doing they're presenting they've done the team photo at the field level. They're presenting the medals just by our broadcast locations as the applause that you are probably hearing right now. Tanaka. The swing over to Tobin. Tobin on the go. Tobin has one person, and Tobin gets it down for the try. 5 for Newfoundland Labrador. 10-5. Michael Tanaka. Oh, yes. Makes it 12-5. So after Nova Scotia getting the first 12 straight here for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Play back underway is once again Newfoundland Labrador Rock looking here to try to increase their lead here. They're going to be called for penalty. It's Young again to the outside. Bounced there off the turf there. Going to have to be picked up here by Tobin. Tobin had that good run there. And Nova Scotia's going to come up with a little push back there by Torn Lake. And not in good shape here for Nova Scotia as Popma, as he's down. So Popma will go immediately here to the tent. So scrum coming up, and looked at the roster information, so pretty much my sheet is what the sheet is that's up there, so that's what we will go by here for Newfoundland Labrador U15 Rock. So it's just doing that little bit of paperwork right now, so what you see basically here, what you get. Nova Scotia here on the press once again with Grobler. Trying to get close to the 10 here. Team down by 7. Up to the pass near the 5-meter line there, and Rock have the ball again. Rock pushing the Nova Scotia players off. Oh, big time collision. Getting ahead of steam was Jonah Cudner. Cudner has released now, so there's a swing over, done. Pop kicked up into the air there by Flynn. And caught just around the 22, and so we got ourselves a scrum here. pretty much Nova Scotia would like to get points here. They may play the points game. If they can come up with possession of this, drive down the field, may opt to try to at least get it down to a 4-point game, maybe here before the end of this first half. That's, of course, worst case scenario. Scramble there, Sampson. Actually, pardon me, correction, Cannell. Grobler, there's a steal. And up with it. And going back here is Liam Balger. Balger just shy of the 22. Runs into a wall. Torn Lake. So back they go. A little bit of extra effort here by Torn Lake. Flynn. The swing back over here. Codner. Nova Scotia really not. And a penalty there by Newfoundland Labrador Rock. As I was about to say, Nova Scotia really not allowing Newfoundland Labrador Rock to gain any possession there. So that's a big, huge stance for them in this contest here as they get it into touch. As I said, Nova Scotia looking for points here in this late stages of this first half. Right now, according to our clock, officially into extra time, so they'd love to get a 3 here, if anything. Nova Scotia on the move, maybe last possession of the half there for them. Nova Scotia backed on. Rock thought there was a knock on, but it's going to be a penalty there too. The Newfoundland Labrador Rock, so back 10 they go. And they do get it into touch. Line out here, Nova Scotia. As I said, they kind of need something on this possession here. Trailing by 7. They tip it, but Rock will come up with it. So that drive stalled there, but in a swing in there. Warren keeping on going into Nova Scotia territory, up to the 10. Flynn past the 10 as they're looking at the last possession. They kick and go after it. Little push and coming up, but Balger now into red zone territory here for the Rock. Looking for more. Warren going. Warren taking that pile with him. Warren now hoping to try to get it down. Referee on top of the situation. Nothing yet, he says. But they get the try after the great run there by Finton Warren. And it makes it 17-5. And what a change of momentum that was. Nova Scotia going down trying to get points, and yet it was Newfoundland that took advantage, got the ball, and have a 12-point lead. Looking to make it 19. Hopkins trying to make it a 2-try, 2-conversion game for the Rock. Flags up good, 19-5. Looks to be that we have reached halftime as referee has blown the whistle there to end that. 3 blows, didn't quite hear it as the medal ceremony still going on right by our broadcast location. So we're going to take a break, and we've got More coming up. Newfoundland Labrador Rock up by 14 in the U15 boys portion of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. Back in a moment. All right, 20 more minutes away from rewarding the gold medal right now. Newfoundland Labrador Rock have one hand on that medal and banner. Trying to get that other one on. Nova Scotia hoping maybe to bounce back here. Down by 14 at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here on Maritime Athletic Profiles. You're watching U15 boys action. My name's Dan Hobson. Delighted to have the call here in Championship Sunday. And we're going to have some sevens here after this one, so it's moving right along. And then, of course, almost what you'd have to say another main event status here, Nova Scotia versus New Brunswick here in the U17 women's. Nova Scotia needing here points here, definitely on this possession. And Newfoundland Labrador Rock will go back 10. This may help. Left foot there. Xander LaGrange into touch here for the lineup for Nova, into touch. Line out, Nova Scotia. Looks to be just shy of the midfield stripe. And they need points on this possession. Anything. 3s, 5s, 7s. Doesn't matter. They need points. Keep it and get some points. Had the sun come out momentarily, just enough to heat things. Cloud moving in. Says it's going to be mostly cloudy today, and now we're moving into a 60% chance of showers. There's a pass picked up off the turf. Nova Scotia. Oh, there's a broken tackle there. Jordan Young had a chance to bring down Maddox Swinneber. And penalty going to be called against Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Couldn't have got that one any perfect as it lands right on the touch line. So for Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia looking good here. Have the ball inside the 22. Now time here to maybe punch it in for them and maybe get themselves a chance here in this medal game. As I said, 20-minute halves. It's short time to work things, and they pretty much got a score in this first possession. And it is picked up there. Maddox Sampson. Now with a little bit of a throw over here to Wesley McIsaac as Newfoundland Labrador Rock have pushed the Celtics back beyond the 22. And there was nothing there for Sampson that time. Reed. There's a steal by the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. So that will hurt the Nova Scotia chances here. Young trying to go through the pile. A nice little tackle there. Even down on the field was Basson for Nova Scotia. It's Dumba. A little bit of a hard pass there to handle for Torrin Lake. And the result, we have a Nova Scotia penalty back 10. And it didn't get much there on that line out up the field here. The Newfoundland Labrador Rock players are not in good shape. Some of them also some of the Nova Scotia coaching staff checking in on their players too during this. Get ready for this Newfoundland Labrador line out. Overthrown, goes by everybody. Russell back down into Newfoundland Labrador Rock territory. Knock on scrum coming up there. Kind of big here for Nova Scotia. Pretty much have to have the ball, definitely the majority of the possession of this second half here to make a dent in this 14-point game. Trailing. And they've got a man down there for Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Hassan has checked in for Nova Scotia U15s as they attend to Charlie Doyle, number 6 for Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Luke Tucker has come into the game for the scrum. Scrum coming up here just near the midfield stripe as Doyle has been walking off on his own. See if he returns. So play back underway, and this is, and I'm probably going to say this probably the rest of the way in this gold medal matchup between Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. Big scrum coming up. Nova Scotia trailing by 14. Looking here to at least get something. Win this scrum. Go down, at least get points. Like they still have the water break here to get to, for that last stretch. So at least get one before the water break and anything can happen. They're just having difficulties handling the pass. That was Grobler again. Grobler looking for some help, and Nova Scotia going back here. And there wasn't much there. Team Nova Scotia, Cohen Clark that time. Max Sampson here as he gets close to this near sideline here for Nova Scotia. Pile on here at the Rugby Championships. And some sportsmanship being shown, and scrum coming up. Nova Scotia get it, and coming up with it there on the other side was Noah Cannell. And before he can do anything, he was hit. He threw it on the swing over, but with pretty much instant contact there by the Rock, and now the Rock will be penalized back 10. So what will Nova Scotia do? Looks to be that they will go for the tap go here. Actually, no, they're going to go. There's the tap. Was Grobler. Well, he looked like he was going to try to, kick it, but opted for the tap and go. So back Nova Scotia go on the attack, and that pass as Grobler wasn't ready for it. And, oh, my, it went off a Newfoundland Labrador Rock player and almost could have been a turnover. And that is very, very big here, trailing by 14 and scrum, and this is not helping. Scrums are pretty much Newfoundland Labrador U15's best friends here in the second half, in the late stages. You're slowing down play. You're not really allowing Nova Scotia to get much in terms of momentum going. And Newfoundland Labrador Rock have it. Caleb Dunn. Jacob Bartlett to the outside. Knock on, and another scrum coming. Just shy of the 22. As I said, Newfoundland Labrador Rock, they're happy that they're really keeping Nova Scotia on their end of the field, and the scrums are their best friends because it's, for about a scrum, you're taking about a minute off the clock each time that you're going to do this. Maybe even about a minute and a half, depending on how they have it. So it's like if you're in a 20-minute game, you have like a couple scrums, there's 3 minutes. I mean, that's taking time off the clock here. When you got 20-minute halves, big win by Nova Scotia. What are they going to do? They're going to try to come up the field. Can't really afford to lose it. As soon as they say that, they drop it. Hassan had difficulty, so. So another scrum again. As I said, this is hurts the chances of Nova Scotia trying to get back into this. And Newfoundland Labrador saying, well, this is just what the doctor ordered. Thank you very much. Torn Lake as they get the bind set underway. And the hookers do their job of getting it out and out the other side. And this could be curtains here as Tanaka will put it down. Michael Tanaka with another 5 for Newfoundland, and that just may be all they need here. Makes it 24-5. He'll have a chance to help out his own cause as he's going to try to put an extra 2 points on the board. Make it a 3-try game, and when you're talking less than 10, that's just a big hill to climb here at the championships. But not going to be a gimme here. It's outside the hash marks, outside the poles. Tanaka. Post. Had it. It ran out and just short and then hit the post and bounces out. So it stays 24-5, but that is definitely a big-time score here for the Rock here to get that. A little bit of a comfortable lead for them. Waiting to see if it is the official water break, as they get water breaks like during lake conversions. Is this the official one? Newfoundland Labrador Rock thinks so. I mean, it looks like one of the line judges has, and one of the officials also running out onto the field too. So looks to be that it is the official water break. We will keep it here for the meantime. As we say, good afternoon. Welcome to McAdam Field. Dan Hobson here along with the rest of the Maritime Athletic Profiles crew in attendance. Championship Sunday. 4 games on the slate here. The U17 Nova Scotian men defeated Newfoundland Labrador Rock, and right now the Rock trying to even this in the men category of 1 apiece, 1 gold medal going back to Nova Scotia. Looking right now, 1 going back to Newfoundland Labrador. We have a big comfortable 19-point lead with a restart here coming up. And with that water break, that means you're looking at about like 10 minutes or less in the game. So this restart here for Nova Scotia, they pretty much have to go after it here and make sure they get it past the 10 and try to come up with it. They need the ball. They need to get points. They need something here. As Newfoundland has it, they'll be just happy just to, get the offense going. And if we knock it on, we knock it on. If we scrum it out, we scrum it out. It's just, that's killing time. It's like the time is on the side of the team that's leading. So doesn't have the necessary 10. It doesn't matter anyway. The Rock come up with it. And up midfield they come. There's Dumba. Dumba up midfield. Hands it off. Fenton Warren down into Nova Scotia territory. So once again, ball possession. Flynn happy to swing it back over here. Jonah Cudner Gardner with a little bit of real estate tried to cut to the outside. And as he knocked it on, looks to be that he has. So there'll be a scrum coming up near the 10 of the Nova Scotia U15s. And as I said, these take about a minute to actually try to, get everything all set before play goes. You never realize until, like, when you're at these games, 20-minute halves, you have, like, 30, 35-minute halves, like in regular, provincial, high school play and, right around university. And then you realize that these scrums in these short games can, eat time off the clock. Nova Scotia, they get it. They need points. And they just have been having a hard time getting any passing going. As another knock on it is the passes have been just off. It's just like no. They've had one try, but they just, in this second half, just nothing really going their way. And here we go. We got another scrum. And Torn Lake. There's a chance here for Flynn. Flynn maybe trying to put more on the board. Held up by Nova Scotia. Referee looking at his watch, so that's a big one. I mean, really, any chance of coming into this, they're really running out of time, but if that did it, that would for sure do it. And I think I see a little smile on Michael Doyle's face here, the coach there for U15. Tanaka maybe trying to also put a little exclamation point here on this. And they get it down for the try. And that will put it to 29-5. Luke Tucker. Tanaka, well off the mark. He knew it right away. Keeps it 29-5. Nearing the end as we're into injury time. So just a matter probably maybe here of on this restart. Newfoundland, Labrador, Rock, they're just probably trying to get it and then all of a sudden probably put it into touch to in this matchup here. Plays back underway. Newfoundland up the gut, there they go with it with Spencer Langell. There's Young. Young brought down as Nova Scotia, knowing that a silver medal there, but just not able to get anything going in the second half there. And there is a penalty here against the Newfoundland Labrador Rock, so maybe Nova Scotia. Actually, it's going to be Nova Scotia. And wait a sec, as the referee said, oh, hold on. So they want the tap and go, and now it looks to be that probably have Torn Lake. Actually, Caleb Dunn. He'll just tap and go over to Jordan Young. Tanaka. And the flip back. Jacob Bartlett. And they'll swing to the middle, or Flynn. And now up going up the field along the sideline, Jordan Young brought down. Line out coming up. Actually going to call a Nova Scotia penalty, back 10. This may be your match here. No, we're going to play on as they keep it in the field of play. And before even a play can be made there by Grobler, penalty's going to back up Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Yeah, Nova Scotia don't really have the option of doing a tap and go. If they did, probably be into the contest. So here is Nova Scotia still. The game goes on. Steele brought it to the middle. And Cohen Clark trying to get to the outside. And a Newfoundland Labrador Rock penalty, back 10. And as you say, Nova Scotia, no choice other than to tap and go, and they've lost it, but it's recovered there as Hassan was falling up. But it was knocked on. Scrum as they make a substitution. Colin McNeil in. There's the set portion and the tap there by Caleb Dunn. And it's picked up, and Torn Lake up midfield. And Nova Scotia going to come up with a steal there by midfield. Just looking to try to make the score a little bit more respectable. And a knock on here, so substitution. For the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Smiles on the bench of the Newfoundland Labrador U15. They know that they've just about got it, and Michael Doyle having a laugh with some of the Rock fans here at McAdam Field, and he doesn't probably want to turn around and see this, but a great way to finish here for Lewis Grobler as he'll put it down for the try for Nova Scotia. So Nova Scotia will make it 29-10 with a chance to make it 29-12, and so you can pretty much guarantee the score is going to be either 29-10 or 29-12, with mostly looking at this being the final play here of this gold medal game. Newfoundland Labrador Rock. They're ready to run out onto the field here in celebration of their gold medal. I've had to wait a little bit more here in extra time to do it, but they're all ready. As the kick is good. And there they go. Your 2026 U15 boys male Atlantic Rugby champions, Newfoundland Labrador Rock, with a 29-12 victory. Congratulations to the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. So for the entire Maritime Athletic Profiles crew, my name is Dan Hobson. Thank you for tuning in, and so long from Charlottetown.
Congratulations, fellas. Well done. Congratulations, boys. One cheer for the red. Hip hip hooray! Boys, yeah, we got to clear the field here quickly here now. Clear our benches. We got to move this field. Hang on. I love you guys. I want to let me feel. Boys. Yeah. Who's the new flag? Boys, wait, hold on. Let me get in here. Oh, I better hustle. There's only one up! Fuck him! Let's fucking go!
All right, we've got some sevens action here. Gold medal up for grabs, the U15 women's portion of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. We've got Burgundy of New Brunswick. That was Kingston with the first touch off the restart here after the start, the kickoff against Nova Scotia Blue. And as I've said before, I'll say it again, I love this action. It is quick and it is short games as well. 7 minutes. Here's Sophie Rideout for Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia, Sophie Rideout. Going to try to run it down and place it for a good conversion opportunity for the try-5 for Nova Scotia. Sophie Rideout. Makes it 5-0. And definitely her teammate here, Jess Rathwell, will happy that the Rideout put it right down the middle. And so now it allows this, which is pretty much, they're not easy here because they have to do sort of like the drop kick sort of style to do it. And they do. It's good there as Rathwell gets it 7-0. So they don't do like the field goals here in the U7s. They do like the drop kicks, and now Nova Scotia has an early 7-0 lead. And they will go back here for the restart, send it back to the New Brunswick U15 Burgundies. And two teams here for both of these U15s. The white team, they were coached by Coach Robinson, and New Brunswick had a green team. That's off the hands there of Reardon. That doesn't seem to be really stopping Faulkner there for New Brunswick Burgundy. A little bit of a stiff arm trying to get something going. And we now will have a scrum here as it's been knocked on. It's at 7-minute half. And I really looking forward here to this great matchup here. It's almost like, as I say, your main event. You start the day with like the U17 men with the Newfoundland Labrador Rock and Nova Scotia Celtics, and then wrap it up with the U17 action of the New Brunswick Spruce and the Nova Scotia Celtics. On the run, Taylor back outside. This is DeRoche going to take it in. Just as soon as I say DeRoche's go-to, she comes shy of the try line. And a great second effort there by Burgundy. So they keep it out of the try zone for the meantime. And down there is Adeline Deschênes for the Burgundies. So this will sort of halt play. They'll add it on here in terms of injury time at the end. Callie Cunningham comes into the game here for the Burgundies as a substitution. So as they are still attending to Adeline Deschênes. Good look at the Nova Scotia team. Just outside their bench area, also learning some moments. As I said, if you have never seen sevens before, this is very entertaining, exciting. It's a newer brand of rugby, and I started watching it a couple of years ago, and I find it fast. I find the opportunities great. It's, basically condensing the game in half, and just very, very exciting brand of rugby. Oh, the ladies are a little bit camera shy, I see. Well, one of them isn't. Celia DeRoche there, 13, one of the spares here for Nova Scotia in this contest. Coach Megan Bentz is going to call the whole team over here into the huddle as they are still once again attending to Adeline Deschênes. And just a little bit of love there shown here by the New Brunswick Burgundies here. As I said, this is our first time here at the Champions. We are delighted to be here. Maritime Athletic Profiles here in Charlottetown. Second to last game, and give you a little bit of a different look of what we have had over the last few days. Getting down right close to the action, giving you field level experience. The multi-talented Ethan Greenham down there. He does care, he also commentates for Maritime, and he can be a jack of all trades here. Getting some shots there at field level at McAdam Field. So for Nova Scotia, they came in today maybe possibly trying to maybe sweep the entire podium, and that will not happen here as a result of their loss in the U15 male side to Newfoundland Labrador. But, of course, a very big main event of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick U17 women to wrap up the championship. And that should be good. There is weapons for both of these teams that, very, very fast in the back. You've got Babineau back there, and, of course, Mancinini, who's had multiple try games here for Nova Scotia. So it's going to be a dandy. Just basically, if you're here and you're watching, of course you will be, because hey, we've got New Brunswick out here. We've got Nova Scotia out here. Stick around for the next one. I promise you, it's going to be a dandy. Get your snacks, get everything all lined up, and join us there for the encore, the conclusion of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships, as Adeline Deschênes is getting some assists, but it's really good to see her walking sort of off the field. And I imagine she'll make her way here to the tents that's here at McAdam Field. And you may hear some applause. The medal presentations are being done right close to our broadcast location, so the mics are picking some of that up. As the Burgundies go back out to the field here. They're in defend time there as they down by 7, looking to try to keep Nova Scotia out of the try, prevent the try here, and get down the field and make some hay here. So I got scrum coming up here. As I said, Adeline Deschênes now made her way to the tent, so questionable if she will return, but we wait and see as the scrum is underway, and it's a very small one. As you see, Burgundy, well, it did sort of win it, but its play is blown down. Obviously wasn't done fairly, so we'll redo it again. Nova Scotia wins it pretty much. That Jess Rothwell, it is Jess Rothwell in for the try. Great job there. Of course, you can't really say that they're the ones that were sort of like the hooks for the team. Actually, it was Kendall that got it, but either way, it's still a try for Nova Scotia. 12-0. Chance to make it 14, but not the easiest, especially when you get the drop kick format here. Jess Rathwell. Well done. This sort of has been a struggle here, but the teams are starting to get better here with in the sevens portion here with those drop kick conversions. So 14-0 as Jess Rathwell. Busy time for her. We'll kick this off. Burgundy need to at least try to get some points here. What makes it hard is, of course, they have to do in Burgundy's into Nova Scotia territory. They first were very slow to the draw, and there's a fastball right in the midsection, and it's handled there by the Burgundies. They're trying to get some points here. The end of this first half. Canestro along that sideline is, well, as I said, the Burgundies need points here. They need them quickly here before this comes to an end. Kingston rolls up and gets a few more yards on the play. It's Olivia Waugh. Olivia Waugh brought down there by Kendall. Zoe Cameron. Maybe something going here for McDermott. She can't get to the outside. Cameron will swing it back. Here is Reardon, Sophia Reardon. And now Kingston. Kingston with the blow by. Kingston down for the try there for New Brunswick. 14-5. Chance to cut it in half with the drop kick for the two. Under the pole, so it keeps it 14-5, but that's how this first half comes to an end. Two quick strikes by Nova Scotia and a respawn here by the New Brunswick Burgundies, 14-5. We're at halftime, and we'll just step aside and get a chance to take a look at some of the sights and sounds that we've recorded this weekend here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles.
Awesome, and we're here with Dan, one of the refs. Could you tell us about your experience so far?
Yeah, I've had a really great time. Like, it's really hot out, but I find the atmosphere here was like pretty good considering all the heat and tiredness and all that. It's been a fun time.
Awesome. Are you a player yourself?
Yeah, I play. I'm currently playing U19. So we were over in Newfoundland not too long ago. I play senior men's, so lots of experience.
How is it watching the younger generations get into the sport?
I think it's really cool because when I was playing, I was like, wow, these guys are pretty close to my level. But now when I look back, like I was doing a U15 game the other day, like it was high skill level, like very impressive to see that.
Awesome, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No.
And we're here with Paul. Paul, who are you watching here today?
The New Brunswick team here from the Moncton Ferguson area.
Awesome. Do you have anybody you know playing?
Yes, daughter Ava Cormier.
Awesome. How has it been going so far for her?
Really good. Opposing from losing a couple games, but I mean the atmosphere in PEI is much different than what we had last year, so it was nice. You can always complain a little bit about the reffing, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, parents always like to. I think it's just one of those things that comes with being a player's parent. How was it preparing for the games for you? Just like a lot of people spoke about driving and...
Yeah, so we didn't stay this year. Last year we stayed. We're just in Moncton, so we just traveled back and forth. She's staying with the team. But the accommodations I think is great. I think being able to play on this field, because I know it wasn't here when I came to school, so it was nice to actually come back to PEI and see the field. And I know her, when I asked her about playing on this field, she said it was her favorite field to play on, so that was kind of cool.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And how are you liking the games?
I like it. It's good.
Are you thinking you yourself are going to play one day?
Maybe.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much.
Back for some more sevens action. U15 portion of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. The line drive that just scribs all the way back past the 22 of Nova Scotia. Williams, we call for the knock-on for the scrum. So do those scrib kicks and anything bounces really hard to handle, and that's the case in point that time. So scrum coming up here between the two provincial rivals. 4-person scrum, of course. Thing is, of a 4-person scrum, it doesn't take much to determine who the winner's going to be, as it is New Brunswick. They may get a little bit to the outside. Shirt string tackle there by Rathwell. Stopping Faulkner. So it might have been McDermott. Anyway, that was a great run to the outside there by the New Brunswick Burgundies. As they have play coming to a halt, and looks like Nova Scotia's going to be back, and a player with that great run there. It looks like, let's do the numbers here. 5, 7, 9. Medical staff, it's been a busy day here on Championship Sunday, and shout out to them for all their stuff that they have done through today. And applause here is the Burgundy player making her way to the bench area. Kinsey Chase will come in favor. Waiting to see to get a number. That's Olivia Waugh. It was Olivia Waugh in that nice opportunity, that nice run to the outside. And so she goes back to the bench, not going to the tent. Faulkner and freshly Cameron as a Nova Scotia Blues, U15. We have a tri-line stance here. Line out. Nova Scotia barely. Oh, it's knocked on. So another scrum coming. And the thing I said about with the 15s about the scrum is that it takes up a lot of time. Well, with the 7s, it doesn't take as much as time. There's only 4 there, but of course, also too, with 7s, you're reduced to like playing 7-minute halves anyway. So that's 14-5 game. Nova Scotia get it, and Rathwell's going to run it out. Bring it out. Then the steal there by Canastro. Faulkner trying to get in. And play halted again. Not hard to get some sustained action going underway here. A lot of like 2 or 3 seconds plays and then halted there. So knock-ons and scrums has been the story here in the second half. And the U17 women's team have now come out here and looking and going to give a little bit of support here to this U15 sevens team. Well, Nova Scotia's going to have to go back 10. This could be automatic. Faulkner going, driving. Faulkner down for the try for the Burgundies. 14-10. Oh. And off the foot there, Faulkner couldn't convert her own try. Stays 14-10. So they pretty much now have to get a try here to. Whereas if they got that conversion, they could have gone down and maybe get the extra 3 points to, walk off Nova Scotia. That's not any option now if they get they come up with the ball. Nova Scotia, they're sitting pretty right now, 14-10. Nearing the end of the second half, but they want more. If they go get the try, it's going to be curtains as the ball bounced Williams. They'll throw it over there to DeRoche and Taylor. Now there's numbers to the outside. If they could get to the outside, and Nova Scotia does get to the outside, this is right out. She's already got one, and it looks like she's going to add another one here, and that should be just about do it. Here is another try 5 for the Nova Scotia Blues. 19-10 now. Sophie Rideout. Jess Rathwell. And gets it. 21-10. But to see, you can strike quickly in this, but time, of course, sometimes not on your side. So Jess Rathwell here kicks it off. A couple of Burgundy, New Brunswick players scramble to get it. Kinsey Chase into this match. Faulkner with the swing over there to Canastro. Canastro, not much there. Chase. Olivia Waugh brought down there by Vandenbrink, pretty much by an arm, up to midfield. Knocked on. There's the blows of the whistle. Nova Scotia U15 blue. The Atlantic Rugby Championships in the 7th action. 21-10. They win this one. So 2 gold medals for Nova Scotia. New Brunswick, they're looking for 1 here today. Newfoundland Labradors U15 men have won 1. Nova Scotia U17 men have won the gold. And here in the 15, Nova Scotia has won it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's always some times when you want to mark something on a calendar. When it's the Newfoundland Labrador Rock taking on the Nova Scotia Celtics in senior play, in senior women's play. Always, always, always something as a marquee matchup. So when you get to the last game of the championship, you know that it's going to be a main event stature. The speed of the New Brunswick Spruce with Babineau versus the speed of Nova Scotia with Mancinini. Going to be a good one. It is going to be the last one and our final game coming up here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. But we will say so long for now, and we look forward to Team Nova Scotia and Team New Brunswick to wrap up our coverage. My name is Dan Hobson. Thank you for tuning in, and so long for now, and hope you join us here for the championship game of the U17s. All right, play just underway here between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick in the finale of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here on Maritime Athletic Profiles. We've got, as I said, Nova Scotia in the grays with the blue numbers and the New Brunswick with their burgundies and green sleeves. As I say, good afternoon, Dan Hobson. Delighted to have the call. One final call here. And it looks to be that they'll. Yeah, they got the gag. That's exactly it. There's, hey, guess what? We're ready to go, and they were playing, but there was just something missing. What was missing? Officials, yes. So they've now come on to the pitch, ready to go. So it goes to show you the players are ready, and now the officials are ready. One final look at the watch there by the main referee, and here we go. And underway, Nova Scotia, first touch further for them, but Shelby Babineau, one of the ones on the tackle there for New Brunswick, and New Brunswick going to come up with a steal in the early one. Is unable to hold on to it there as Leah Watts for Nova Scotia. Avery Tucker, Petzner, and then opportunity there, Lansdale. And now this is Deedham. Deedham trying to make a cut here. Stopped. Swing to the outside. There was Allen, and Nova Scotia going to have to go back 10 here. So first penalty of the game goes to the Celtics. Tap and go, and not wasting any time there is Dunfield. And they hand it off to Newick, and looks to see that she kind of, yes, they knocked it on. So we'll have our first scrum of the game here with New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Heavy Spruce fans here, but also heavy Celtic fans. So pretty much 50-50 in terms of who's here at McAdam Field. We are got cloudy skies here. This is Addison Smith here. And big tackle, lost the ball, but Nova Scotia recovering quite well. And Nova Scotia going to be penalized. Back 10, tap and go here for Dunfield. Pitzner. And swing over here, Tucker into this matchup. Nice little move there, Deedham. And she's stopped another Nova Scotia penalty, so they're getting into some penalty trouble, and it's backing them up. Tap and go, Dunfield. Oh, Dunfield has to wait a sec here. Now, will she do the tap and go? Yes, she will. And they'll give it to Newick. Newick down into the 22 of Nova Scotia. Pitzner. Pitzner driving off the pitch. Nova Scotia trying to at least hold it up here. Back to the outside they go. In the meantime, it's going to be a New Brunswick penalty back 10. As Addison Smith makes her way back with the referee as they will decide what they want to do here. So first time down the field, no points there for New Brunswick. Nova Scotia with a popper up here. Newick had to wait eternally for it to come down. Lubin looking for some help. Dunfield. Lansdale. Babineau, watch for her speed, and Allen. And another New Brunswick penalty, so it's seen some penalties here so far in this contest, and looks to be a knock-on, so actually not a knock-on. I thought maybe the players were coming up here for the scrum, but not the case. Potty down into New Brunswick Spruce territory here. Nova Scotia lineout, sorry. Get used to saying lineup all the time and just say it. It just comes automatically. So coming to the 4th minute mark, this contest, 20-minute halves. They marked the line out just shy of the midfield stripe for Nova Scotia. Felderhoff. And knocked on by Nova Scotia, but I think they're going to be a penalty there first, and it is. And back 10 goes Nova Scotia. And they'll definitely tap and go. And tapping and going is Watts. Leah Watts. Also up there is Thea Watts, number 5. Nova Scotia failed to release, and quite quick IQ there by Dunfield. Back up there. Now Pitzner. Dunfield again. Swing outside there to Lansdale. That's Babineau brought back. Had some momentum going. She's going to be one with speed, so Tucker. That's Smith there trying to come up with a tackle here for Nova Scotia U17, and does there. Ball was available there. Tucker. Great, I got a couple of meters on that carry for her. Deedham. Lillian Savoie. Savoie again after getting the pass there from Lubin. Savoie. Deedham. Dunfield. On the march. Lansdale. And that's not an easy task trying to get Mancinini, one of the faster players here, and that stops the try for the meantime for New Brunswick. And referees called the Nova Scotia U17s Addison Smith and Arabelle Potty over here. And now she makes the referee making her way back, so it is a Nova Scotia penalty, back 10. Spruce decision time here. They'll tap and go. Newick trying to go up the middle with speed. Passes back, Pitzner trying to get it down, close to that try line there. Just inches shy. Swing over here. Babineau. Mancinini actually punched it out momentarily. Once again, New Brunswick follow up there, close to that try line. And it is rewarded for the try. Coming up with it underneath there is Bria Deedham. Mancinini punched it out, but it was recovered there by New Brunswick. And they ended up getting it in the rest of the way. It was Brie Deedham. Lily Ann Savoie with the conversion. Savoie outside the pole. It was tucking in, looked to be tucked in, but sails just outside the post. Stays 5-0 with the restart still to come. Overcast skies. It's at 60% chance of showers here in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. So the weather has been dry for the 4 days, and sometimes you really can't do it. Yes, the heat was bad there for the first 2 days, and it was very cloudy start most of yesterday and pretty much throughout today. And now Difficulty that time there was LeBlanc for the Spruce. Gets it up past her 22. A swing over there. They try to stretch the field out. That's Lansdale. Not much going there. First line of defense there for Nova Scotia's Tucker, Avery Tucker. Takes a couple of players with her. There's Pitts. They're falling up, and it's been knocked on, so there'll be a scrum coming up right around the 22. As I said, cloudy skies right now, overcast skies, 60% chance of showers. Hopefully those will hold off. Been relatively dry for the championships. And when you ask for like weather, when you have a tournament that is like outdoors, you cross your fingers and say no rain. And last year we had a couple of times we were at the Atlantic Rugby Championships at Windsor, and there was a couple of times that we've had some rain. And Felderhoff. Oh, a pass off the hands there of Stevens as she was about ready to try to maybe punch it in for Nova Scotia. Felderhoff to Stevens, and as a result, penalty coming up. Back 10. Leah Watts. Watts. No signal yet. And now we do for Nova Scotia. They've tied it up right now. Five. Good back and forth contest. As I said, it was going to be a good one between the 17s action here. Spruce 5, Celtics 5. As I said, this is sort of like the finale of the Atlantic Rugby Championships. 5 games Thursday, 11 Friday, 11 Saturday, and 4 today. Kick up there. Flags stay up, so we'll keep the intrigue and keep it tied at 5. Looked to be that we were at a water break, so we'll take one as well here in this 5-5 contest between the Nova Scotia Celtics and the New Brunswick Spruce at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships from Charlottetown on Maritime Athletic Profiles. And we are getting close here to the end of this first half. We've had the water break, so we're halfway through. And, you know, the thing is, with 20-minute halves, all of a sudden you get that water break, breaks up the game a little bit here. And so we've got a great 10 minutes and change here before halftime coming up between Nova Scotia U17 and New Brunswick U17. Nova Scotia just got to try to tie it up at 5. Both teams unable to get their conversions on their first tries of the game, so that's where we stand, 5-5, if you're just joining us here for this gold medal match here on Maritime Athletic Profiles. Play back underway. Thea Watts. Head bundled up, but back out. Not sure if it's injury or if that's just how she sort of gets ready for games, but she's bundled up. And Newick here with some speed. Newick trying to get dry. Blow by. Simonson got a piece of her to bring her down. Bria Deedham. Little shimmy shake there, Allen. Allen brought down hard there on the turf here at McAdam Field. There is Noonan. Noonan, how's she doing this? Noonan with some positive yardage. We have a tackler all over her. Bounce pass there to Allen. Might have been Babineau. That's Tucker. New Brunswick trying to inch their way. There's a pass there. Noonan again. And Nova Scotia back 10, and this could be tap and go time there for Dunfield. No signal yet. So, ball backed up here. So it's a hold here by Nova Scotia for the meantime. Upon further review and upon talking about it. So they've held it up. No try rewarded. Still 5-5. And Nova Scotia here. They kick it off here from their try line. They'll send it down the field. Field it on a bounce there. Abby Lansdale. Lansdale on the outside there. Royama. Royama keeping the legs going. Pushing it up the field for New Brunswick. Spruce looking good here on this attack here. Had it down close to the try line. Held up by Nova Scotia. Now a penalty is going to stop that. So Nova Scotia advantage them now here late in this first half. Getting close here to the end of this first half. And that goes into touch. Nova Scotia line out. Nova Scotia with the win. That pass a little bit off there for Annika Felderhoff, and it's booted downfield. And a foot race for it. Royama trying to field it at the 50. Pushed back here. I believe as Esterbrook's on the tackle. Lubin looking for some help with the handoff there. Noonan. Nova Scotia penalty. Back 10 they go. See a lot of tap and goes here. Not the cleanest of passes. It's been knocked on there. So scrum coming up. Sometimes when you try to go up tempo like New Brunswick has in this matchup, it doesn't really work to your advantage too, because you get those knock-ons, those passes not clean as what you would like, and unable to really, make the catch and catch it cleanly, and results in the knock-on. So the Spruce fans starting to make noise. Nova Scotia with the scrum win. Bouncer to Felderhoff. Trying to get out of there into the Spruce territory. Harbors on the run. Stopped. Booted down the field. Nobody there, so it's going to be a matter of pick it up and chase it here. Savoie pretty much met there by Mancinini. Nova Scotia penalty. Tap and go. Man, here's the thing with Dunfield. She's not wasting much time. Dunfield with the tap. Oh, difficulty there for Pitzner, and she's knocked it on. Passing a little bit off here. This championship game. This is, of course, one game on Thursday, and probably two, probably. One game Thursday, 2 games Friday, 2 games Saturday, and into the Sunday here. So you're looking at your 6th game in 4 days. So Mancinini with a touch, and she stopped and already got to put a star beside that one. She has not been much of a factor here in this matchup and contest, and I'm sure that they were trying to make sure to, on kicks down the field, not to send it to number 15 in the gray and blues. Dunfield. Lansdale, Mancinini punches it out. A lady who's been known for getting tries that's actually prevented a couple of tries. Her second time that she's done that, as Lansdale thought she was off to the races, and then the blazing speed of Mancinini. Envy Mancinini with a what looked to be right now a try-saving punch the ball away. Scrum 5-5 here. And we are into extra time. Nova Scotia with it, trying to strike here before the end of extra time. Arbors stopped as she got past her 10-meter mark. And it's been knocked on again. Scrum coming up. Dunfield, with the help of the hookers, comes up with the ball into the hands there of Allen. Pitzner, this Allen again. And Nova Scotia in penalty trouble again as they have to go back 10, and Dunfield's already tapped and goed quickly. Dunfield trying to get to the outside. A big tackle there by Lena Stevens. Dunfield again, making a couple of shimmy shakes along that sideline. Dunfield. Nova Scotia line out here. Trying to bend but don't break in this very closely contest here. 5-5. Extra time, first half. Pass a little Aaron on a bounce, picked up there by Allen. Allen tackled there, brought down Schofield for Nova Scotia. Dunfield on the run. Tori Noonan. Noonan has, when called upon here, come up with some great yardage here as Pitzner has it again. A little bit of a low pass. Allen says, hey, okay, that's fine with me. Babineau. It's amazing. We were sort of like previewing this matchup with Babineau and Mancinini, and they have not been factors yet so far after almost the first half of play as Deedham is going up. Deedham being pushed there by her teammate up. And a Nova Scotia penalty, so this will back them up and this will make it hard. Just like that, they hand it Newick. Newick with speed. Newick getting closer, being pushed back by Nova Scotia. Follow up there, trying to get it here. Tori Noonan, they'll back to the outside. It's down. Referee there, not rewarding it yet. It's just outside the line. Now they go. Chance here. Babineau, and just as soon as we say not a factor, may not be what we're used to seeing with speed, but Shelby Babineau gets it in for the try for New Brunswick. Went to go for big runs this weekend, and there was just a little bit there that they needed, and Shelby Babineau has made it 10-5 with Liliane Savoie here try to make it a 7-point game in what could possibly be the final play here of the first half. That's unfortunate as the ball went off the tee there for Savoie, so it keeps it 10-5. Waiting to see if they will have the water break or have a break, the halftime break, sorry. And it looks to be that that's the case. So halftime here, Spruce up by 5. We'll be back with the conclusion in about a couple of minutes here between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles.
Coach of the U15 Celtics girls, Team White.
Awesome. Yeah. How has it been going so far, game-wise?
So far, so good. We played one game yesterday where we tied New Brunswick 19-19. This will be our first game of the day against New Brunswick 1, so we're getting excited. We're looking good.
Awesome. It's kind of hard, but it's worth it. How is the excitement?
The girls are so excited to take the field. We had some nice time relaxing this morning, so we're ready. Got our shade and popsicles, and now we're ready to win a game.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you.
And kind of hosting the tournament here this weekend for PI Rugby.
Awesome. How has it been organizing this event and having to see it come true to life?
Yeah, it's awesome to really see everything come together. Our Atlantic tournaments have grown so much that we've kind of changed our format as of last year. So to see just so many young athletes from around the Atlantic region getting the opportunity to play rugby, especially with our U15 divisions now, and getting to have that experience at such a young age is just super exciting to see.
Awesome. And you have your own team playing as well?
Yeah, so this is PEI's first time having a U15 team in this tournament. The girls are having a great start so far and looking forward to see what they do throughout the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, go PEI.
Awesome. Thank you.
Perfect. Just 1 second. And we're here with Tanya, one of the parents. Tell me how it has been so far watching your kid play in the tournament.
It's been amazing. They've been doing really good. All the teams are really good. Nice, beautiful weather. Can't beat it.
How do you find your kid being able to play against teammates from all around the country?
Oh, it's a really good experience for all of the kids. You get to learn just different moves that some of the kids have, how they all play. It's a great experience for all of them.
Awesome, perfect. Was there a lot of prep coming on to these games?
Oh yes, lots of practices.
From parents as well, probably
yes.
Driving?
Yeah, lots of driving around.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I wish you luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome, and we're here with Dan, one of the refs. Could you tell us about your experience so far?
Yeah, I've had a really great time. Like, it's really hot out, but I find the atmosphere here was like pretty good considering all the heat and tiredness and all that. It's been a fun time.
Awesome. Are you a player yourself?
Yeah, I play. I'm currently playing U19. So we were over in Newfoundland not too long ago. I play senior men's, so lots of experience.
How is it watching the younger generations get into the sport?
I think it's really cool because when when I was playing, I was like, wow, these guys are pretty close to my level. But now when I look back, like I was doing a U15 game the other day, like it was high skill level, like very impressive to see that.
Awesome, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No.
Last half of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. We're watching some U17 girls action. We've got the Spruce of New Brunswick up over the Celtics of Nova Scotia 10-5 as we have gotten this second half underway, and we'll have a scrum to start after the unsuccessful restart. Has to go 10. Oh, and have elected to have the scrum here. And that's what most often that they do here when you have the option. Newick spins off a tackle. They tried to go for a shoestring tackle. Newick, Manchinini, there is 3 big tackles that she's had to make to stop tries for the Spruce here today. Nova Scotia in penalty trouble. Tap, go, Tucker. Tucker trying to find a lane. Tucker getting close as they're trying to make this lead bigger. That's Lansdale in between the pipes. And meantime, following up there was Allen, but that's going to have play come to a halt here as a scrum just about 5-6 meters away from the try line here for New Brunswick as the sun comes out. Big scrum. Nova Scotia gets it, and they've decided to come out rather as opposed to kick it down the field. Know that they need some offense. Just trailing by 5, but sometimes you play a field position game. Thea Watts. And back 10. And they're not wasting any time. There's Leah Watts. Past the 22. And that is Annika Simonson there with some tough yardage there. Just put your head down and run. Difficulty. Whoa, that was lucky there. Mayor Allen on a bounce, but it is not going to result in going the other way as its play is halt down. But it was, it bounced right to her and she just caught with one hand. Still great athleticism. You got to give them credit even if the play was blown dead. And Nova Scotia knock on here for a scrum. Sarah Newcomb will put the ball in, taps on the backs, and now the hookers will try to get it back to her, and they do, and a clean, successful win. Felderhoff there. There's some nice running there by Nova Scotia. They got it up to the 10, and keeping those legs going was Arabelle Potty. It's still not quite there by Newick, but knocked on by Nova Scotia again. So another scrum. So seen a lot of this in the second half. More scrums. This, as I said, about the 5th game in 4 days. You've had the heat, so it's getting to be of sometimes maybe physical, mental errors and heat, and the humidity is up again today. Sun was out. It's gone again as Nova Scotia pushes the pile back. Dunfield. Savoie. Oh, it's picked off, and this could count. This is Sophia Carrington. Carrington Nobody in distance. Carrington with the pick and the try for Nova Scotia. You had to wait to see if that was going to be good, and they did take advantage of it and go down all the way. Sophia Carrington has tied it at 10. Now Carrington has to help out her own cause here with this conversion. Big 2 points. Celtic fans will tell you about this kick. Will stay at 10. What a time to come up with that pick. And of course, just early here into the second half, about 4 minutes in. Restart out underway. So restart underway, and back 10 goes New Brunswick here. And it looks like Nova Scotia is going to do the tap and go. There hasn't been a lot of lineouts, but a lot of it tap and goes here by the ladies here today. Felderhoff stopped there by Newick. Nova Scotia maybe feeling a little bit of momentum after that play. Lukinda being dragged and tackled there by Deedham. Potty. Felderhoff getting deep down. Nova Scotia looking to go back to back. There's a handoff. Arbors. Shirt string tackle or shirt sleeve tackle there by Shelby Babineau. 13. Peck going and taking a New Brunswick Spruce tackler with her. Advantage New Brunswick. They come up with it. Swing out. And electing to go with it is Deedham instead of go up the field. She gets a couple of rolls and keeps on going. Decision worked out okay there for the New Brunswick U17s. New Brunswick now getting close here to the 10-meter mark. There's Newick with a little bit of support. The toss back works to perfection, and Nova Scotia's going to back up 10 here on the penalty. There's the tap. Oh, and the knock on as Newick was running before she had a chance to catch it, and you see that open real estate, and it's just so tempting that it's like you get so excited, and she has knocked it on here for the scrum. Felderhoff. Carrington. Oh, there's a great opportunity there. Brown taking it down, and we got a scrum coming up. Knock on by Nova Scotia. Before we get back to the scrum, we've got a water break. We've got a great finish coming up here between the Spruce of New Brunswick and the Celtics of Nova Scotia. We'll keep it here. No more breaks the rest of the way here. So we'll keep it going. No breaks. So this time, of course, at this time, we want to thank the volunteers here at the Prince Edward Island Rugby Union for allowing us to come and do this championship. It's the first time that Maritime Athletic Profile has been in the province of Prince Edward Island, and we've gladly brought you these rugby championships. And at this time, we want to thank some of the hardworking people that have brought it here behind the scenes. We've got Dylan Jones, he's the director, producer, in behind, basically making the switches here. Ethan Greenham here, he's out doing camera. You'll get a chance to see him. He's also done some interviews here behind the scenes. Kaylee Hubley, she's been doing camera there on the turf field here and has come over to also give a little bit of help here. Liam as well, he's doing field cam. He's the one that's bringing the shot there of the Nova Scotia U17s right now. So, you know, this is our team that we have brought over here to do these championships. And Ella's also been around doing some of the interviews that you're getting a chance to see as well. So, as I said, this is a golden opportunity here for us, and we've been delighted to be here. And without this hardworking crew, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So thanks to each and every one of them. And, of course, also a thank you to you as well, because if there's no viewers, there is no us. And that's the thing at the end of the day, is that you'd love to be here in person because it's, you know, being at the sporting event, you get to see the sights, sounds, the atmosphere, you know, meeting with people and talking to people, make it a social event. But, you know, the thing is that we are grateful for your viewership here this weekend as Felderhoff and Carrington trying to get this going. Carrington down for Nova Scotia for the try and their first lead of the game. 15-10. Meantime, an injured New Brunswick U17 player down. Not going to be the easiest of conversions for Carrington. Coaching staff of the Nova Scotia U17s still teaching, even though the team's up here by 5, looking here for their first big moment. This is their first lead of the match, and what a time to get it after the water break. So, I mean, you're now looking at less than 10 minutes, and then, of course, the restart. So, do you play the game of keep away? Do you, and for New Brunswick, you got to go for it here on this, restart. Try to come up with it. You can come up with it after 10. Has to go through the 10, sort of like works as a short kickoff there in football, whether you're talking NFL or CFL. Same thing. Sophia Carrington. Not wasting any energy. She's down there as they still look in on the New Brunswick player. Was Alexis LeBlanc, 24, and she just jogs away as if nothing really happened afterwards. And in the meantime, that kind of really had to ice and really had to affect Sophia Carrington as she's conversion is unsuccessful and stays 15-10 with a restart to come. Well, it's pretty much it's a foregone conclusion and pretty much a no-duh statement from me. Next points of the game are going to be big. If it's a try here for New Brunswick, they've first tied it, and they're just going to start off with a knock-on. Nova Scotia gets it. It's probably, we're done. It's, you know, it's a gold medal going back to the Blue Nosers. So this is a big moment here in this matchup between the Spruce and the Celtics. Scrum just outside the 22. 5-point lead for the Celtics over the Spruce. Nova Scotia pushing the pile, but coming up with it is Newick. They get it up to the 22. Spruce not ready to go. Lansdale. That's on the turf. And that has been knocked on. So at first, I think we have a penalty. Yes, we have a penalty against Nova Scotia. So this will be probably most likely a tap and go here for Dunfield. There's the tap. There's the go. Send it to Newick. Swing it over here. Lansdale ran into a gray wall. Lansdale has to release. Who's there to support? Dunfield again. Dunfield. Deedham. Couldn't really get too far there as holding on to her shoe there was Leah Watts. Newick. Can she split? Newick does. They get some positive yardage here as they get closer to that try line. And now, oh, this lady has some speed, Mancinini, but she's not able to get any progress. Steal there by New Brunswick. Trying to get it and punch it in. So the teams have turned it over. There's another one, but wait, hold the phone here. Knocked on with a scrum coming up. Would you get this sort of tough territory is that there it is. New Brunswick winning, maybe not the cleanest of passes. There's a errant pass, and that stops some momentum. It comes back out to the 22. But Nova Scotia penalty, back 10. Dunfield, tap and go. Hesitates momentarily. This is to Babineau. Can't punch it in yet. Opportunity here for Tucker. Waiting for the signal. It's been held up by Nova Scotia. Held up. No try. Still 15-10. Oh, that's off the side of the foot. But it has to barely bounce to the 22. A line out. New Brunswick. Nova Scotia would have loved to get it down deep and make them have a little bit further to go. But not to be, but if the scrums are not the biggest of the season, then the lineouts are the biggest of the season here for both of these teams here. Spruce in Nova Scotia territory. They had the lead at one moment. That has disappeared. 2 back-to-back tries. Here is Newick. Newick. What do they got going here? Not the easiest pass. Lansdale luckily did not knock it on, but she had her difficulty and fought with it. Dunfield Dunfield going up in between the sticks. They're trying to push it in. Is that Hannah Hebert trying to get it in? Oh, a knock on, just inches shy of the try line. So a scrum coming up. Dig in. Win a battle here. Look for Nova Scotia probably to try to win it and kick it down. And New Brunswick, if they win it, look to punch it in. Biggest scrub of the season here between New Brunswick and U17 Nova Scotia. Spruce, Celtics. Hold the phone, we'll reset. As quietness comes across McAdam Field and Prince Edward Island. Olivia Fournier is going to come in for New Brunswick U17. It looks to be like a medical reason why that player has to come out. What a game that she has had here. Alexis LeBlanc. So, Fournier in for LeBlanc. Formation not to the referees like it, so she asks them to stand up. And Nova Scotia with the win. They bobble it, but there was support there on the sideline. Newick with a big tackle. Looks to be a new Nova Scotia penalty. Advantage New Brunswick. Pretty much been the plan of the day. Tap and go. Newick. New Brunswick going for what would be the tie here. Noel close to the try line. And New Brunswick punch it in the rest of the way. Numbers to the outside. Allen, yes, has tied it 15-15. As you see, we are in extra time. Lily-Ann Savoie, possibly to walk off Nova Scotia U17 here. Both teams struggling here with conversions. What a time it is here for Lily-Ann Savoie to come up with one and have New Brunswick regain the lead. And depending on the way the official would like to do it, walk off Nova Scotia. Good, 17-15. So this restart, very, very important for Nova Scotia. But the thing is, they can come down, and Carrington has been really good at kicking conversions. What does she have for distance if it has to come down to taking the field goal? But, of course, they have to get down there first, and they have to basically see if they can maybe get New Brunswick into some foul difficulty and get the ball. Get the ball first and then worry about it. Restart underway. Popped. Newick on the fly catches it. Newick pushing some Nova Scotia tacklers with him. One of them was Elisa Brown. Bria Deedham. And this helps the cause for Nova Scotia. It's a penalty to New Brunswick U17, back 10. Holder, Emma Holder. Want to do the tap and go. Here's the follow-up there by Leah Watts. Nova Scotia pressing. Felder half. Once again, Emma Holder. Nova Scotia slowly, and we have penalty to New Brunswick, back 10. And Abigail Harbers has it, probably thinking, well, we can't really send it for the line out. Definitely look to be like tap and go, but looks like they're going to go for tap and go. Here they go. This is Harbers. Harbers. 3 Spruce players as she just keeps those legs going. Nova Scotia pressing, trying to get the tie. This pack can't get to the outside. Follow up here. Purcell. There's a ball on the ground. They have to go back with it. That's Potty. Nova Scotia. Felderhoff. Felderhoff with speed. Felderhoff down. Ties it. 17 all. Just as the Spruce had a chance to walk off the Celtics, now the Celtics have a chance to walk off the Spruce. Sophia Carrington asked here for the conversion. Sophia Carrington to walk off the Spruce, possibly. And is good. And there it is. It took the conversion, which teams weren't unable to get here, to be the difference factor as Nova Scotia U17 Celtics win this one 19-17 in an exciting matchup here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. Hats off to both teams for the win. What an excellent matchup. You couldn't ask for a better way to have the Rugby Championships come to an end with an exciting matchup like that. As the tunnel is being formed here by the Celtics. Heartbreak definitely for the Spruce. But, man, they have nothing to be holding their head down. What a matchup. They gave this Nova Scotia team something to handle. And they look back on it. This will be something that they'll basically say, we did our best, and this is the way we did it. And we really, you know, it was one of those back and forth, teeter-totter sort of type games. And the U17s of the Celtics with a big win. Thanks, of course, to the try and the conversion there by Sophia Carrington. And just keep it right here. We're going to be back here in just a couple of seconds for the conclusions and final goodbyes here from the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here at Maritime Athletic Profiles.
Okay, guys, what I love about that most is we were down on ourselves and we really had to push through, right? That's why you play a sport. You play a sport to overcome these things. We didn't have that challenge all weekend. It obviously got all of our hearts racing and everything now. It shows the type of team that we are. We're not a team that just wins easily. We fight for everything.
It's loose.
What? Are you on the phone with them?
No.
Could you message Ethan and just tell him to come over? Sorry, I don't have my phone.
And Mikey and Gunner.
Yeah. Hang on.
All right, we've just seen the medal presentations here. It's as I said before, we want to thank the entire crew for their hard work here throughout the weekend here over the last 4 days. It was challenging conditions to start, and we also want to thank Ellen Murphy and Sarah Murphy who have helped us along the way in keeping us up to date in terms of the information, making sure that we're taken care of. Any needs that we wanted to be taken care of have been taken care of. So we just wanted to say that. And of course, as I said before, we want to thank you. We've seen some shout outs from overseas, to be precise, here today. So we're glad that you can watch wherever you're watching. And we want to thank you, the audience here, for this. This was the second straight year.
Do an interview?
Yeah, not her. Last year in Windsor, this year in Prince Edward Island. Where are we going to be in 2027? Question mark. We hope to be there. Join us.
Love that guy.
So, for the final time here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on the grounds of University of Prince Edward Island, McAdam Field, on behalf of the entire Maritime Athletic Profiles crew, my name's Dan Hobson. Thank you for tuning in. And hey, everybody, thank you very much. So long from Prince Edward Island, Charlottetown.
He's got two. They're twins. Best. Her.
We'll be up there. Okay. I'll see you up there.
Thank you.